Yes, sir. How can you talk now?
Yes, Anjulika, start.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. We're going to start the session on health journalism, which we decided upon. We have been joined by Mr. Sir. I hand over to Professor Dr. Anand Pradhan to carry forward the session. Over to Anand, sir, please.
Thank you, Anjulika. Good afternoon and a very warm welcome to IMC's virtual orientation program, sir. I hope we are connected with Honorable Minister. Uh, is it through?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, thank you so much. So friends, Director General of IMC, Professor Sanjay Dwivedi, ADG Administration, Shri Satish Namboodiripad, my faculty colleague, especially Professor Surbhi Daya and Professor Pramod Kumar, who are conveners of this orientation lectures. A very warm welcome to you, sir, to orientation program of Indian Institute of Mass Communication. And friends, let me give you a brief introduction or tell you more about the achievement of Dr. Harshvardhan. As you all know, Dr. Harshvardhan is presently Union Minister of Health and Family Welfare, Science and Technology, and Earth Sciences. He is an ENT surgeon by profession. As a Health Minister of Delhi in 90s, he was instrumental in initiating the public pulse polio campaign in Delhi and then subsequently contributed in eradicating polio from India. And that was one of the crucial and most important achievement in the area of public health. He was also at the forefront of the battle against tobacco and drug abuse and was instrumental in the enactment of several laws, including the Delhi Provision of Smoking in Public Places and Non-Smokers Health Protection Act to tackle these problems. His proactive handling of the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic has helped India to keep the spread of the pandemic to the minimum. His commendable work in combating the pandemic in this densely populated country has won him a lot of ovation. He is known for his powerful oratory, engaging personality, and unwavering commitment seeking to bring positive change in the lives of millions of people in this country. Currently, he is also chair of the World Health Organization's executive board and leading from the front fight against the present pandemic. A warm welcome, sir, to the Indian Institute of Mass Communications virtual orientation lecture. I would request Additional Director General Administration, Indian Institute of Mass Communication, Sri Satish Namboodiripad, to formally welcome Honorable Minister. Satish ji.
ADG sir, please unmute yourself.
Unmute your mic, sir.
Sorry. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Pradhan and Honorable Union Minister for Health and Family Welfare and Science and Technology and Earth Sciences, Mania Dr. Harshvardhan ji, respected DG IMC, Professor Sanjay Dwivedi ji, members of faculty, senior professors, course directors, regional directors of IMC's regional campuses, and above all, the young professional students, numbering around 400, who have just joined IMC under 8 of its PG diploma courses, who are present on this occasion. A hearty welcome to each one of you. Sir, today is the 5th and the last day of the week-long orientation program that we have arranged for the students across the courses and campuses. So as you know, IMC has got 6 campuses and 8 courses. The classes this year had just begun, And every year we hold such introductory programs for the students individually at the campuses. This time, because of the constraints imposed on physical presence, we try to turn that into an advantage for the virtual presence of all the students across the campuses at a single platform. This was a welcome idea mooted by the DG Prasad Dwivedi and ably executed by a team of professors and academics. And in the hindsight, we see that this has benefited the students and the people who have connected with it in a major way, sir. So we have had a range of issues concerning the area of journalism, public broadcast, communication, etc. discussed in the last 4 days. The ball was set rolling by Honorable HMIB, Minister for Information Broadcasting, Shri Prakash Javadekar ji. Then yesterday we had MOS External Affairs Professor V. Muralidharan ji. We also had an array of distinguished professors from India and abroad, industrialists, journalists, and entrepreneurs interacting with the students. However, sir, none of the lectures, I'm afraid, could be stated to be as topical or contemporary as the one that we are eagerly waiting to hear from you. COVID is the abiding theme of this year and the single dictating factor of all human activity as of now. And sir, you represent the concerted action of the Government of India to contain it and to establish a semblance of normalcy that we are all eagerly looking for. Friends, as you all know, Dr. Harshvardhan has been steering India through this tumultuous year of 2020 that was pushed into the COVID crisis as early as Jan or early February. As India's Health Minister, he has become the focal point after Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji in India's COVID containment efforts. As a surgeon, Dr. Harshvardhan heralded a new era in India's COVID testing capacity. And we could conduct today 1 million tests every day. And the country has ensured under his leadership that a lab is available within a 3-hour distance anywhere on India's map. He has played a critical role in increasing the supply of N95 masks, PPE kits, ventilators, and HCQ tablets, which later gave momentum to India's stated policy of Atmanirbhar Bharat. Even outside the health ministry, Dr. Harshvardhan, wearing the mantle of India's Science and Technology Minister, has ensured the formation of task forces for repurposing of drugs to fight COVID. The Department of Biotechnology, under his guidance, continues to do critical research on COVID. Before being the COVID man, he was India's polio man. Dr. Vardhan, Professor Vardhan had mentioned about his abiding contribution in that area and his role as a crusader of non-smokers and being instrumental in designing legislations banning people from smoking in public places. He's also passionate about child and mental health, and under his leadership, several visionary schemes have been launched by the Health Ministry. Equally passionate about TB, the scourge of TB, and removing it from the surface of our motherland. On a personal side, as a couple of my friends in the Health Ministry have been saying, he's a very affectionate, invigorating, and somebody who works by building consensus. He's recalled as one of the leaders groomed by Sri Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji. So I can go on and on, but we are not gathered here to hear me talking about you, sir, but the minister talking about how he is grappling with the situation and taking the country forward. Sir, we're extremely grateful for your valuable time. We all know how hard-pressed you are for that. And your presence in our midst, and I'm sure that each one of us would be hugely benefited by your words, experience sharing, and words of caution in these days of whole pandemic. Thank you once again, sir, for your time. and a very warm welcome to you to our midst. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ADG Sri Satish Nambudripad. Now, without wasting more time, I would request Honorable Union Minister of Health and Family Welfare, Science and Technology, Earth Sciences, Dr. Vardhan, to deliver his orientation lecture on the role of health journalism during the raging pandemic. Honorable Minister, sir.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Anand Pradhan. Professor Sanjay Dwivedi, Director General of Indian Institute of Mass Communications. Shri K. Satish Nambudripad ji, Additional Director General, Administration for the Indian Institute of Mass Communications. Thank you for your kind words regarding me. Professor Surbi Daya, convener of this program, and also my friend from long back, Professor Dr. Pramod Kumar, co-convener of the program, who has been covering health for quite some time during my early years in public life. So I know him since then. And all the young, I would call you the future of India. Although journalists and media, this is a fourth pillar of democracy, but I consider that this fourth pillar is the most important pillar, maybe even more important than the pillar that governs judiciary, executive, and the political field to which I belong right now. But I, with my own experience of whatever I have spent in my public life in the last 27 years or so, feel that you are probably the most important pillar of democracy. If you desire, if you plan, if you have a vision, and if you put your heart and soul into what you are supposed to be doing, you can deliver the richest of dividends for the country. That is what I personally feel. So, first of all, let me thank all of you at the Indian Institute of Mass Communication. Though I have a great feeling for journalists, and if anybody has to ask me who are your most dear people after your family members in your life, so if I have to tell you very honestly, my most dear people have been in the last 3 decades or so, they have been the journalists. Even if a journalist writes something which is contrary to what I want or what I may have advised, but I can tell you very honestly, I have learned so much during the last 3 decades from the critical articles of the journalists about me or my ministries. That's how I look at journalism. And you are, for me, some of the most dear people in my life. And before I talk, I know the limitations of time. Before I talk and give you a brief overview of what we have been doing together for COVID during the last 11 months, I have to personally express my deepest sense of appreciation and tributes to the great work that you have done over the past 10-11 months. And all through, at all forums in the whole 10 months, even at the international forums of World Health Organization and many other international UN partners, at every forum I have said that my list of COVID warriors includes the journalists very high in the order, And I know and I have seen from the closest of quarters while visiting hospitals, while visiting COVID wards, while being part of many activities which are very difficult to attend in these COVID times. And of course, in all my activities that I have been part of in the last 10 months, I find the journalists are there around me, around that activity, and working at ground zero, working round the clock, and reporting to the people of India, to the people of the whole world, what's happening on the ground. And unfortunately, we have even lost some of our very dear journalists during this COVID time. And I think even in the last few days or so, 1 or 2 weeks itself, we lost some 3 journalists around Delhi, in Delhi. So I have to first of all pay my heartfelt tributes to the memory of those whom we lost, and of course to all COVID warriors through you, and you are all going to be the budding warriors for a new India, which Prime Minister Modi ji has a very strong, cherished dream of delivering a new India to every Indian by 2022, where we can bring back smile on everybody's face, we can impart good quality health and education and nutritional support to every child, and we can ensure that there is dignity restored for every woman and of course for every senior citizen, and we have humanism and nationalism prevailing all around in plenty. That's what is the dream of our Prime Minister, and I can see that all of you, the young journalists of tomorrow, you have to play a very big role in this particular field. Dr. Shri Satish ji just now, while introducing me, talked about polio-free India. And incidentally, it brought back to me a huge number of memories of my early months of my public life, when I had started my public life in the month of December in 1993. And on 20th of December 1993, I was blessed by God at a function in Maulana Azad Medical College to start dreaming about a polio-free India preceded by a polio-free Delhi. That was a very big dream at that time. Most of the people, including me, felt it's a very, very tall order. We were home to 60% of the polio cases of the whole world. Out of these, 10% of them belonged to Delhi, and we were dreaming about a polio-free India. We were dreaming about a polio-free Delhi. And the place from where I had contested my first election, which I could win subsequently in all the elections, was home to the maximum number of polio cases of the whole world. And that was the time when I started working the polio program in consultation with the Indian Academy of Pediatrics, being helped by WHO, UNICEF, hundreds of organizations like the Rotary International, my own Vichar Parivar people, etc., etc. But I remember with so much of fond feelings, nostalgia, the contribution of the journalists at that time in 1994. I remember each one of them. I remember their faces. I remember their contribution. I remember their suggestions and I remember all their positive writings in newspapers. And some of them have become big shots in the media today. And I can never forget the positive contribution of my journalist friends in the polio eradication movement of India over the course of the next 2 decades. And I can very proudly say, and I would use this occasion to express my gratitude to all of you and through you to all those great journalists who were instrumental in putting their contribution for helping us in developing that first successful pulse polio program in Delhi on 2nd of October 1994. We could motivate, educate millions of women to bring their children to the polio kendras. And in the first instance itself, we got success to the extent that the whole program was next year emulated by the whole country. And when the country's journalists joined in making the Delhi program a successful national program, and it was a contribution from each and every journalist all across the country, even in the remotest part of the country, that we got a successful National Immunization Day in 1995. And when India could do it for the first time, because India being home to 60% of the polio cases of the whole world, many big countries and even Africa, they said, if India can't take up this movement, if India can't do anything, how can we do it? And it was only after India could do it successfully with the contribution of all of you and your seniors that Nelson Mandela Sahab launched Kick Polio out of Africa in 1996. The program got emulated in many countries of the Southeast Asia region. It's a long history. And that history of 2 decades, when I had the privilege to work for WHO also, for many Southeast Asian countries also, for many states in India on behalf of WHO also, and ultimately enjoyed the privilege of receiving the polio eradication certification from India, for India, by the WHO in 2014, when incidentally I had become the Union Health Minister here. But I can never forget the contribution of the journalists for this. And you had mentioned about the first legislation against tobacco that was brought about in Delhi, the Delhi Prohibition of Smoking and the Non-Smokers Health Protection Act. You have mentioned about the essential drug policy, and right now you are talking about tuberculosis. I can never forget that how could we get that first legislation against tobacco and smoking in India without the support of the journalist community. With such a powerful tobacco lobby in this country, it would not have been possible. And I know that when we could do it successfully in Delhi, ultimately we were instrumental in helping WHO launch the FCTC. It was a huge program in India under the Prime Minister Shri Atal Bihari Vajpayee in the presence of the WHO's Director General Dr. Brundtland, somewhere in 2001 and 2002. So the point that I am trying to make is that journalists, if they desire and if they are keen and if they are sincere, most of the time they are so, and most of you are like that only. You have enough of knowledge, enough of vision. You can contribute very significantly to the growth story of the country, and particularly for the field of health. I have always believed that delivering a model of health for all, successful model of health for all, which the World Health Organization has been dreaming since the 70s. They gave a slogan, health for all, by the year 2000. And they have been dreaming about it. We are already in 2020. I strongly feel that if any country can successfully deliver this health for all for the whole world, it is India, because we have enough of experience, we have enough of good quality DNA, we have enough of past ancient medical wisdom, and we have been able to achieve big things, including eradication of smallpox, eradication of poliomyelitis, such a robust universal immunization program, giving vaccine to crores of children, and a very powerful program around women's health, etc., etc. So this is where I see, and right now, for me, the most ambitious target is to eliminate tuberculosis by 2025. And I'm sure that if the journalists of India will take up tuberculosis elimination program as their own program, and if they would also develop a dream like us in the health ministry and blend their dream with our dream, we should be able to see a eliminated tuberculosis from our country by 2025. This you can take up as my appeal for this program, using this opportunity to basically ask you to be contributing the might of your pen, because ultimately your pen is more powerful than the pen of anybody, whether a politician or a judiciary person or an executive person. This is what I feel, because you can revolutionize thinking, you can change the attitude of people, you can convert all negativity into positivity, and you also have the potential, unfortunately, to convert positivity into negativity also, because though there are laudable initiatives where we hear about programs like Better India, India which is progressing so fast. There are people who are painting the right picture before the whole lot of people, and there are, you see, people who always love to find out the worst and then paint that in their own way. So this is just to make a humble beginning, paying my tributes to your contribution that at least I have personally experienced over the years. And one more thing I would like to mention, that when I had launched the Essential Drug Program of WHO in 1995 in Delhi, and this was then acclaimed by the WHO as the Delhi model, which was replicated by 12 states in India and a couple of countries in the whole world. We used to call our journalist friends and say that every 3 months I will call you, put everything in a most transparent manner before you, and I would like your suggestions, and you point out the deficiencies in it. So I had the support and the guidance of so many intelligent journalists at that time, and that is because of that I can recall those times also with a lot of great feelings. Well, coming back to COVID, you see, I personally feel that this COVID era, the year 2020, for me, I started my journey in the fight against COVID on 8th of January of this year. It was within less than 24 to 48 hours of the WHO receiving information from China about these cases of pneumonia occurring in China, and they attributed them to a new coronavirus. In this ministry, in Nirman Bhavan, in this building itself, we had organized our first meeting of experts on 8th of January. And then from that 8th of January, today we are into the 11th month. It has been a long journey. You all have been a very active partner in this journey. And if I use the word that all journalists during this COVID times have probably become health journalists, or if I say that the journalists have also become COVIDized like everyone else, it may not be an exaggeration, and because every major story in the news, whether on television, whether in the newspapers, or whether in the magazines, it is around COVID. And for me, that is a happy sign, because I have always felt that the journalists, they should have a special training around health journalism. They should have a special training around science journalism. And those who cover science, they will recall that when Shri Rajendra Prabhuji was alive, one of the most respected, senior most science journalists of the country, I initiated along with my ministry training program for the journalists. We organized good quality workshops of science journalists in Delhi, and we organized them in Goa to acclimatize the journalists around science. Because as a science and technology minister, I had always felt that science has the potential, and this I have started feeling after my 6 years in science and technology, after having experienced, science from the closest of quarters, having visited every laboratory of science in this country, having spent the whole day there, or even sometimes 2 days there, understanding the potential and the achievements of scientific technologies, I have a strong feeling, in spite of the fact that health has always been a passion for me. Almost 4 or 5 decades, it has been my heart and soul. But after having seen science from closest of quarters, I have always felt that science is, getting the science and technology minister was the greatest blessing in disguise for me, from our Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. And I feel that science has the potential to solve every problem on earth, every issue that the human beings suffer from, every suffering that the poor people suffer from. Science has the potential to alleviate their sufferings. And that is why I was so keen and passionate that when we used to ask the science journalists, they said, it is not the topmost priority of any newspaper. We see, we write, but nobody picks up our stories so nicely or publishes them. So we tried to institutionalize this mechanism of helping science journalists understand science in a much better way so that they can communicate in a better way. We provide them access to the laboratories, institutionalize this training. And that is what I feel where science and health journalism is so important, because health, public health, has the potential to deliver so much of good quality information, teaching, education to every person, that 90% of your health can be supported by prevention, positive health attitude, and of course, promotive health. This is what needs to be emphasized, stressed, and we have been trying to create a movement around this issue by the development, through the development of 150,000 health and wellness centers all over the country. I strongly feel that every young budding journalists should have good quality support for public health issues or issues related to epidemiology and biostatistics. I think minimum these things need to be understood by all of you, and this is where I will use this forum to maybe suggest or offer that if the Indian Institute of Mass Communication wants any good quality collaboration with the Ministry of Health or further strengthening of the institutionalized collaboration with the Ministry of Science and Technology to see that their young budding journalists of tomorrow, they have further adequate amount of good quality training in science and public health. I think that would be a great boon for the country also. I was talking about the COVIDized journalists that we all have become during the course of the last 9 months. This 10 months journey has been very, very, I would say, very exhaustive. And so many things have happened during the course of these 10 months, from starting with point of entry surveillance, community surveillance, providing detailed advisories to the states, to the lockdown, to the Janta curfew, and to, as you mentioned, scaling up and upgrading and ensuring that a country which was lacking in everything during the initial stages, whether it was the PPEs or the N95 masks or the ventilators or the drugs or the testing kits or the labs, we are today self-sufficient in everything and in a position to export from a lab to over 2,100 labs, to the highest recovery rate in the whole world, to almost the lowest fatality rate in the whole world, to over 1 million tests per day, to having validated over 1,000 kits during the course of these 10 months, to having isolated the virus, being amongst the first few countries to do that, to have done genome sequencing of over 4,000 viruses, to have created biorepositories for almost 40,000 viruses, for ensuring that we can do good quality research, providing support and hand-holding to hundreds of startups, and now to be marching ahead almost with as much success as anyone equally successful anywhere in the world into the vaccine development front. India has done remarkably well under Prime Minister Narendra Modi during the course of the last 10-11 months, and you have all been very strong partners in our fight against COVID. And this moment, I would like to thank all those who have been instrumental. Though we have lost a number of people during this fight, we have lost a number of COVID warriors, we have lost even journalists, but ultimately we have quite a bit of learning for the future. And I would in fact use this occasion to make a couple of points that I thought it's because if I get into the history of COVID that you have wanted me to talk about, I can keep on and on and on, but you are all knowing about it. But as I mentioned a couple of things, I thought that let me share some of my inner thoughts which I could maybe talk to these young people. I mentioned that about my suggestion for training around epidemiology and public health and biostatistics, and also around this communication in science, science journalism, and then creating that institutionalized mechanism. And today I find that journalists are struggling to keep pace with the new developments. They have to explain to their readers the nuanced concepts like RO, case fatality versus infection fatality rates, randomized trials versus observational studies, etc., while covering the deluge of new research that is coming out. So it is truly a case of drinking from a fire hose. So I am emphasizing these points because I want that the journalists of tomorrow, and especially when they are being built up in a very, very prestigious institution like Indian Institute of Mass Communication, should have so much of supportive activity to make them thoroughly skilled, thoroughly educated, and thoroughly experienced journalists around these very basic factors. Right now, I can see that this providing breaking news at breakneck speed is forcing journalists to basically feed news which is actually not healthy. And I think you will all agree with me, and this leads to unverified news coming into the public domain, which is actually dangerous. And this is what I feel, because as a health minister, if there is an unverified news which goes into the public domain, it can sometimes, rather than benefiting, it can cause a significant amount of damage. Sometimes, that's the other side also. I would say that sometimes I find that the journalists are not being as critical as they could be in their reporting. And everything, including junk science, is getting airtime. Bad science combined with poor science communication and reporting is eroding public health in research. And this is what I have experienced during the course of the last 9-10 months. And then I have to say that journalists covering health need to have a healthy dose of skepticism and be able to make brave queries. Sometimes I think that the golden days of journalism are a thing of the past, when media houses could overturn governments. I'm not asking you to start doing something to overturn our government, but I remember fondly the days of the 80s and the 90s and some big newspapers I may not like to mention specifically, but that had showed the power of the journalists. I think that probably we don't see that right now. Pandemic or no pandemic, media needs to focus on public health as a domain for good journalism. This is my passion. This is the health, because I know health can deliver the maximum dividends for the society. As the media exhorts the government to increase the spending on public health, I exhort the media to train more and more journalists as public health journalists. And this is where I think the contribution of the Indian Institute of Mass Communication, and of course we are there to offer all our wholehearted support. I said this earlier also, but even at the cost of repetition, I repeat, because that's going to be my passion area in 2021. I want to shift from COVID in 2020 to tuberculosis in 2021 all the time. And as Health Minister of India, my next focus is tuberculosis. And I call upon each media house to understand the danger posed by this killer infectious disease. Figures of the disease saying 40% of Indians have latent tuberculosis. If the government is reimagining TB care, so must the media come along with us in eradicating this evil. Then I have already acknowledged my contribution for polio, your contribution for the polio eradication of my dreams. Then another feeling that I want to share is that most of the working journalists have not been exposed to the public health concepts. And to give you an example, if a sports journalist needs to be able to distinguish a cricket ball from a baseball, then surely journalists reporting health must also be trained to discern. Therefore, I would like to initiate a collaboration between the Ministry of Health and IIMC to be able to train and equip those media persons who want to make their career in contributing to public health by writing and reporting about it. It will be a great contribution to society. I am saying all this because they are all very, very strong, feelings that I have for many, many years. And to begin with, and keeping in mind the overall COVID appropriate behavior, this is the talk around the whole COVID is right now focused on COVID appropriate behavior. We want to make it a Jan Andolan. We want to make sure, because last 10, 11 months, I have come to the conclusion that if we have to fight COVID, it's not about these drugs or the repurposed drugs or the vaccines. They will help us in raising the immunity levels or taking care of those who got it. But this mask with a good quality coverage of the nose and the mouth all the time, even while speaking, and also the hygiene around this mask, not that we are using the same mask again and again for days and all, and even if it is dirty, we are using it. And then, of course, the social distancing, then, of course, the sanitation issues around hygiene of hands, and then the respiratory etiquettes, and then avoiding of these big gatherings. I think this COVID appropriate behavior, we can start with some kind of regular online interactions. And now, then, of course, today the biggest problem accosting us in this field is the lack of advocacy. And I feel that advocacy is not only the work of the government. No, it is equally the work of the media. And there, I think we need a good quality strengthening. Then I have to share one more experience that a few months ago, somewhere in the middle of the pandemic, I tweeted and asked the public to send me their CVs if they wanted to volunteer in the field of public health. I got some 2,000 responses, right? Out of which there were only 30 journalists. And they neither responded nor showed the inclination to find out why I was looking for volunteers. That surprised me a great deal. I feel that I want more and more of passionate people in the field of journalism, more particularly for health, either as writers or volunteers. So I thought I will use this occasion to make this point. Then, of course, I had mentioned this earlier also, that India has a tremendous growth story. If anyone will actually analyze most objectively, you will not look at this statement as an exaggeration, because we are definitely and honestly blessed with a very, very dynamic Prime Minister who is a great visionary, who works around the clock, who converts every idea into a visionary program and then implements it, meticulously monitors it, and then ensures that there are perceptible and measurable differences that have been produced for the benefit of the society through that program. So in the last 6 years, we have grown leaps and bounds, and this needs to be reported widely. This is a contribution to nation building. Don't you think it is? And why do we think that positive reporting is not a good idea and only negative portrayal draws more attention? There is a flaw in the thinking of those who only report negative and those who only read negative. There is a need for correction at this point of time and for this type of attitude. I have mentioned about epidemiology courses, I say that even at the cost of repetition, that epidemiology courses for journalists must be considered. And I think all health and science journalists need to be trained in epidemiology so that their reporting is more fact-based and rooted in asking the right questions. That is probably because once you will get into the depth of epidemiology, you will be able to appreciate the power of my statement right now. There are many positives that I have seen too in the recent months. I was gratified by the response from journalist friends who went out of their way to report the COVID tragedies without fear of contracting infections, and then even unfortunately dying also. I was and always shall always remain greatly indebted to them. I am deeply moved by their commitment. Some journalist organizations have been asking me why we don't call journalists covering the pandemic as COVID warriors. Let me set the record straight. That from the day one, I have counted journalists among COVID warriors. Their contribution is equal to every other hero who has donned the mantle of serving the sick. Please understand that one small misreporting can cause huge damage. My biggest learning has been that it is so easy to misunderstand and misinterpret findings in public health studies if due diligence is not done regarding facts and data available in the public domain. During the pandemic, some journalists made stories after talking to just one expert. That is not balanced journalism in times of a global crisis. There were others who went to the extent of recording, and I had my personal experience of recording telephonic interviews of doomsayers who predicted that millions of people will die in India because of the density of our population and lack of infrastructure. You remember those interviews? Experts interviewed again and again by different people. They had said 300 million people will suffer. Millions would have died by July, August. Nothing of that sort happened. And I feel that the journalists must show the resilience to hold such stories at delicate times like these when public morale can go down because of just one news item. You have to think hard. Is this a contribution to society, or is it just for filing one more breaking news? Then I will once again recall the contribution of Shri Rajendra Prabhuji, who helped us in starting this course called Science Communicators with the help of the National Union of Journalists. And I want, after his departure from the scene, the Indian Institute of Mass Communication should take up this responsibility and institutionalize this particular activity. There is already, then there's another point that I want to make. I'm moving towards the fag end of my talk. There's already an infodemic amidst COVID-19, and it is hard for the public to filter the right information. If journalists add to this chaos, it would be a great disservice. Lessons from this course should help reporters to keep their stories factually correct and point out the possible shortcomings of the studies that are reported on. So I am sure that my statements will not be taken otherwise, and everyone will try to look at them with an objective approach. And I therefore offer to become your guest facility. Otherwise, also, I have never been given the opportunity of even seeing your Indian Institute of Mass Communications in my last 26 years of public life, in spite of the fact that I have been friends to so many of your alumni and your senior people, and everybody who goes there becomes a director. They have been friends, but I have never had this opportunity. So I feel and I offer that I can become your guest facility. And I call upon Dr. Sanjay Dwivedi to call me more often, so that as the health minister and a person with a medical background, I may share my views with intelligent and budding journalists. I know I have always been convinced that the brightest of ideas and the brightest of vision, it is always with the young people. And I'm sure that these young budding journalists, they are really the future of India. And I shall also take up the matter of setting up a separate course on health journalism if Sanjay Dwivedi ji desires. So, and I can see my own selfish interest in this, that at least once I retire from politics, I will have some job in Indian Institute of Mass Communications ultimately. So, as I said, that COVID-19 has turned all journalists into health journalists, and we have two choices: to complain that either the reporters are unequipped to report on the pandemic, or to use this crisis as an opportunity to give journalists who would otherwise never have considered expanding their health and research knowledge the tools to report on. When the media reports sways the thinking and decisions by their audiences, so journalists must set a high bar when it comes to reporting health research findings, because these are very, very important. And I believe that every journalist who has interest in covering health and science as a beat should have, once again, I repeat, basic training in biostatistics, epidemiology, and public health. It helps in better understanding of the scientists' language, and more so, it gives them an edge in questioning everything thrown at them. Sometimes I have seen that we are talking so much in detail, but everything is sort of falling on vacant places. Ideally, it is important that journalists must get these trainings in their journalism schools themselves, and at a minimum, some sort of a degree program in health journalism must cover all these aspects. I think I'm proposing that, and whatever support the government can provide, if you are proactive and receptive, we can give it. We need to teach journalism and communication to all public health students and public health to all journalism students. And there has to be an institutionalized exchange between these two types of institutions. And for this to happen, schools of public health must collaborate more with journalism schools and media houses. There are a few schools that offer dual degree programs that straddle public health and journalism in America. We can take a cue from them and probably even look at collaborating with them. India's projection must be positive as well. An example to cite is, I mentioned about it, the Better India, which is feeding the best of stories from the Indian peninsula. We must showcase our country and our developments. Our success stories should be showcased to boost the confidence of the people. The whole world acknowledges India's growth story now. It is a stupendous story, but enough justice is not being done to it. And then finally, I have to say that news goes viral without being fact-checked. You know, the health ministry has a fact-check sheet. We every day, 3-4 times, we have to put that fact-check, because there's so many unverified news going viral around. So this is wrong. It misleads the public. And as I said earlier, you are the fourth pillar of democracy, as powerful as the executive, as powerful as the judiciary, and as powerful as the parliament. The power of the pen is ultimate. It can change the world. It can be the real harbinger of change. This is what I feel. I think I can keep on talking and talking. I know that many of you must be becoming restless because you have another program to start. And I may tell you that I started by my day to day with two very pious programs. And today being the National Organ Donation Day also, 27th of November, I started my day at 10 o'clock with a program where 79,572 CRPF Jawans, they had signed their uh, organ donation and body donation pledge forms, and in the presence of their senior most, the leaders, they had handed over that to me, and we could, in their presence, in the presence of these, of course, virtually, we could promote the organ donation movement in a big way. There were so many things around that. It was followed by another program where our national organ tissue and transplant organization NOTO, our SOTO, that is our ROTO, the regional organ tissue transplant organization, and our SOTO, the state tissue transplant, state organ tissue transplant organization. All of them together, they were, you see, and many of the donors, families who had given their lungs, liver, kidney, the brain dead people. There's a lot of emotions around that. And those who had received those people, there was a program again. We honored the states performing well, and we honored the transplant coordinator. So it was a very hugely successful emotional program. So for me, the day has been great day, because for the first time in my 27 years of public life, I have been invited by the Indian Institute of Mass Communication and being given the privilege of interacting with my dear 400 journalists of tomorrow, whom I want at least to become, they should know everything else, but they should all be knowing public health and science in great detail. And I am willing to offer them all my support. Even if the Indian Institute of Mass Communication doesn't support you, the Health Ministry and the Science and Technology Ministry is there to support you with any program that you would come and propose to me. So with these few words, once again, thank you so much. I wish you all good health for your families, for your friends, for your colleagues, and for all those who run the Indian Institute of Mass Communication. Namaskar, Jai Hind, Bharat Mata ki Jai.
Jai Ma Bharati.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for your very, enlightening lecture, and also giving us a lot of tasks. Let me assure you, sir, this is just a beginning of our interaction with you. And because we have, dozens of questions pouring in from students, and they wanted to, ask this question to you, but we know that you don't have time today. So this is just a beginning. In future also, we would certainly like to invite you in the campus. It's a very beautiful campus. And also, let me assure you, sir, we are actively pursuing and planning to launch a master's program in public health. And with your kind support, sir, very soon, in our able guidance of our Director General, Professor Sanjay Dwivedi, our ADJ, Shri K.S. Nambudripad, very soon we will be launching, and already in our, postgraduate diploma programs, we have a module on public health. And as you suggested, sir, after this pandemic, especially epidemiology, biostatistics, public health, these are the areas where we must teach and, educate our students of journalism and communication. And we have students of, advertising and public relation also. And as you're mentioning, that India needs an army of well-trained, experienced public health communicators, and to fight that infodemic you are mentioning. So I think you have given us a lot of tasks. and we will certainly try our best to deliver on those tasks under the able leadership of our DG, Professor Sanjay Dwivedi. Thank you very much. And dear students, because the paucity of time, our Honorable Minister has given so much time to us and he has interacted. He has opened a lot of issues and subjects. But in future, sir, we hope that you will again spare time for us. Now, I would request Professor Pramod Kumar to officially deliver vote of thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Pradhan. I have been following and covering Dr. Harshvardhan ji as a journalist for the last almost 3 decades, and I have seen his commitment to health. I remember the then Prime Minister of India, Sri Atal Bihari Vajpayee, had described him as Swasthya Vardhan, shows his commitment to health, and we have seen, I have witnessed how he conceived the idea of polio-free India. He started from Delhi, and we have now seen India is polio-free. And I hope we will continue to receive his guidance, blessings. And as he said, we are ready to start a course in health journalism, and we would also start a course in science and technology journalism, and we would be happy to welcome Dr. Harshvardhan ji in the campus. Thank you very much, sir, for sparing time for our students. And the lecture has been so much enlightening and motivating that you have already answered most of the questions. Thank you very much, sir. I express my sincere thanks on behalf of the IIMC, and we would surely welcome you in the campus shortly. Thank you very much, sir. And I request all the students that we will reconnect at 2:30 for the next session. That will be our last session today. Thank you very much. Have a nice day. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. So,
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very
Thank you,
much, sir.
sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
So, dear
you, sir.
students,
Thank you, sir.
I'm really sorry for not taking your question because, as Professor Pramod Kumar has already explained, Minister was in bit hurry. He has a very packed program today, and almost he has answered most of the question. But hopefully, as he was mentioning, he will spare time in future. So next time we will take your questions only. Thank you so much for hearing Honorable Minister so patiently and with so much engagement with your question. I can see a lot of critical questions, interesting questions, probing questions are there. And I hope personally that you all will, pursue stories related to health and health communication, science and technology. These are the very important areas of journalism, generally, overlooked by all of us. Most of us, we want to go to either political journalism or business journalism or sports journalism. Nobody thinks about science and technology and health journalism, but these are the most crucial areas. So I hope after this lecture or interaction, many of you may consider seriously pursuing health journalism or science and technology journalism. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
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 Jai Maa Bharti, sir.
Hello, hello.
Welcome, Deepak sir. Welcome, Prasad Sanyal sir. A very warm welcome to Nazia Naseem ji.
Thank you, Vishnupriya.
Thank you.
DG sir has also joined. We are waiting for 2-3 minutes.
No, Swiggy. Nobody. मेरा म्यूट है क्या देखना मेरा तो अनम्यूट है म्यूट करना है क्या
Hi Narendra, how are you? I see a lot of friends, Shekhar ji, Shiv Rungta, Subodh. How are you guys?
Mali, Subodh.
Yes. Very well, sir.
Great, yeah.
Murli Sahab, good evening, welcome.
Thank you. I'm asking about Narendra Surana. How are you, sir?
Great. Thank you.
Good to see you after a long time.
Yeah, Harshvardhan ji actually has appointed me on the Pollution Control Committee, Government of India.
Oh, very nice.
From that time, we have been knowing each other.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he has been knowing us. We know him.
Wonderful.
Practically, I get an opportunity to go and meet him sometime during his birthday because FICCI AGM is generally around his birthday, around 14th December.
Correct.
And it's 12th, so I don't know. I'll just go and wish him advance birthday probably.
You're traveling now to Delhi?
I may go on 12th of December.
Okay.
For the AGM.
So Narendra ji, you can say anything, you will get a chance to introduce him.
Yes.
So you can wish him whatever you want.
Yes, I will definitely.
The Health Ministry, of course, Government of India has been doing a great job.
Yes.
In such a huge pandemic which is troubling the whole world, and I think we are quite, we are not bad at all, I think. If you compare the situation on the
being a densely populated country, we have done quite well that way. And I guess a lot of effort has gone in by the Prime Minister and the Minister.
Yeah.
In fact, he's traveling, I think, today and tomorrow to a lot of labs which are preparing this vaccine.
Hyderabad today.
Tomorrow?
Today or tomorrow? I thought it's today. People said somewhere I read today. Bharat Biotech.
Bharat Biotech, yeah.
Are we audible from here?
It is audible, but not that clarity, I guess. We are getting
echo.
Anil, I think we need to clarity. Just speak something. Welcome, Murli ji.
Yeah, it's much better now. Namaskar, bhai sahab.
So that means we need to speak a little louder. We are from corner, I think that may be. This is far. Yeah. Okay. Shall we make it here? Little bit here? No, let us see. From the central area, how my voice is now?
Your voice is audible, but there is a echo.
It's not as good as जैसे रुंगटा जी अभी बोल रहे थे, उनकी आवाज एकदम क्लियर थी, उतना क्लियर नहीं है आपकी आवाज.
That's my presentation. 2 slides are with you, Rati.
Yeah, we have the slides.
So you're going to show. Well,
You have the presentation.
so appropriate time you will show the slide, right? Yati, who's going to show the slides? Who's managing the slides?
I think it's Mr. Bedei. Mr. Bedei.
Sir, we got it, sir.
Yeah, we have the presentation with us.
Okay.
We will be displaying it. Only thing we are just addressing our voice.
No, I understand. I just want a confirmation. That's all. I understand.
Not now. Induja, Achitra garu call. Phone mute చేస్తున్నాను. I am unable to talk or do anything. ఎందుకు అట్లా చేస్తున్నారు? At least program లో వాళ్ళు
Quite clear.
Hello, Achyut Rao sir. How are you? Namaskar, long time.
Yeah, that's right.
Everybody keep quiet. You talk.
शेखर जी नमस्कार.
नमस्कार.
कैसा ठीक हुई क्या आवाज थोड़ी?
मेरे को आवाज ठीक आ रही है.
कोई एको तो नहीं है ना अब?
नहीं.
ठीक है.
थोड़ा और बोलिए इनानी जी, एक बार और सुनते हैं आपकी आवाज.
जी नमस्कार.
नमस्कार.
हाँ बताइए.
अभी क्लियर है, अभी काफी क्लियर हुआ है.
थैंक यू सर. हाँ अच्युत राव गारू नमस्कारम.
Namaskar, Ramakant ji. How are you?
Fine, sir. I am able to see Narayan Reddy ji and Sanyasi Rao ji, GBK Rao ji. That one. Yes, sir. Gaurav Srinivas ji, GBK Rao ji. అంటే మ్యూట్ చేసుకోండి సార్.
You're logged in, sir. Okay.
लो मास्क तो लगाओ मैं के साथ काफी लगा तो अंदर बनाए पड़ेगा ऐसा टेक्निक जो बात कर रहा हूँ मैं कोई बात नहीं कर रहा
I am already here. You can start.
सर नमस्कार मिनिस्टर जी नमस्कार
मंत्री महोदय नमस्कार
Namaskar.
Who will start? Gupta ji.
Mr. Shivkumar Rungta, I believe you are starting the session.
Yeah, I welcome everybody, all the speakers, all the participants, and especially Honorable Minister to this meeting. We are very lucky to have you, sir. The Health Ministry, under your leadership and the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister, has been doing a great job in this pandemic, and we are really lucky to have you, and thanks a lot for your time. Now, before I request our President, Sri Inani, to welcome, deliver the welcome address, I would like Ms. Veday to play only 1 or 2 minute video about the Federation. Can we have the video, please?
Video is not coming. Can you replay it with the audio, please?
Now, poised for the next century and beyond.
Video is not coming.
The largest business organization of Telangana state. The legacy of excellence. The voice of the industry, representing the interests of 25,000 businesses of all sizes, sectors, and regions. Empowering trade through advocacy, solution, and standard setting. Opening new avenues for unprecedented growth. Laying the foundation for industrial transformation in the state of Telangana. Now, poised for the next century and beyond. The Federation of Telangana Chambers of Commerce and Industry, FTCCI. Together, let's rewrite the vision for a progressive future.
Yeah, I think video is not coming very, very clearly. At least I couldn't see it very clearly. But, sir, for the Honorable Minister, for your information, our Federation is about 103 years old. And our President will briefly speak about this during his welcome address. So I invite Mr. Inani, our President, to deliver his welcome address.
धन्यवाद रुंगटा जी. I am audible?
Yes, please go ahead.
Dr. Harshvardhan ji, Honorable Union Minister for Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, our past presidents, Sri Narendra Surana ji, Sri Shekhar Agarwal ji, Shiv Rumta ji, who are respectively our advisor, chair and co-chair of our FTCCI Health and Disaster Management Committee, FTCCI, Sri C.V. Achyut Rao ji, President, Federation of AP Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Sri Muralidharan, Chair, Telangana State Council, CCA Healthcare and Disaster Management Committee, and Center Director from SKI. My colleagues, Sri K. Bhaskar Reddy, Senior Vice President, FTCCI, Sri Anil Agarwal, Vice President, FTCCI, members of Management Committee and past presidents, members of FTCCI and FAPCCI, distinguished guests and invitees, ladies and gentlemen, very good evening to all of you. It is my pleasure to welcome Dr. Harshvardhan, Honorable Union Minister for Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, and also thankful for accepting our request to address our members on COVID-19 health care reforms. The novel coronavirus pandemic is the most devastating public health emergency in the last century of human history. It is making countries around the world take a hard look at their health system, who neglected routine and standard disciplines on day-to-day life. On behalf of the members of Federation, I thank Honorable Prime Minister and your good self for taking immediate steps and guiding the state governments for mitigating the pandemic and the relief measures announced for economic revival. Sir, I am pleased to share that our chamber, that is FTCCI, is 103 years old, perhaps the oldest in the country for industry and trade body. We all aware that India's net GDP expenditure on health is meager 1.15%, which is lower than even a lot of low-income countries. Government of health services are available free of cost to all citizens. However, there are severe limitations in quality and infrastructure. Our ability to deliver quality healthcare at a fraction of the cost in other developed countries has made India an attractive healthcare destination. However, healthcare is still expensive by our standards. A prolonged illness or a sudden trip to the ICU can plunge even a relatively well-to-do family into debt. We also like to suggest that the government who have planned to work with private healthcare companies to build functional hospitals, as they have expertise and accreditation required to convince people to come to them for treatment. On the other hand, we should also need to focus on building and strengthening the current primary care centers in a more efficient manner, setting up secondary care centers and a few designated tertiary care centers. That this will certainly help the people staying in rural and semi-rural areas. In this juncture, I request the Honorable Minister to address severe shortage of trained personnel in government hospitals, and they require a lot of upgradation in capacity and quality before they can take on a larger caseload. Till this is accomplished, India would do best with a PPP model. As a state-level representative body of industry and trade, the Federation will like to extend all cooperation and willing to work with the central government at every step in its endeavor of providing access to health care for every citizen of India. Regarding vaccines, the Prime Minister Modi ji said that speed is important, so too safety. We are happy that many vaccine manufacturers are coming forward to offer their services. Hyderabad is hub for pharma, biotech, bulk drugs, and so on, mainly dominated by Dr. Reddy's Biological E, Shanta Biotech, and Bharat Biotech. Incidentally, our Honorable PM is visiting Hyderabad tomorrow to call on Bharat Biotech to review COVID-19 vaccine. We are proud that Bharat Biotech is already on road to develop a vaccine for COVID. I shall request the Honorable Minister, sir, to brief us more on vaccine rolling out plans and if our federation could assist the government in its vaccine distribution plan. I hope this webinar provides a platform needed today to exchange innovative ideas and best practices as well as on all the emerging opportunities and reforms of healthcare sector of the country. मैं पुनः फिर से एक बार माननीय मंत्री जी को इस वेबिनार में गरिमामयी उपस्थिति में के लिए धन्यवाद देता हूं। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Inani ji. Now I will request Sri Achyut Rao, CV Achyut Rao, President of Andhra Pradesh Federation of Chamber of Commerce and Industry. For your information, sir, FAPSI of Andhra Pradesh and FATSI of Telangana were only single organizations, and after the bifurcation of the state, to provide a better focus, approach, and to take care of the industry and trade in both the states, we have divided the federation into two, and now I request Mr. CV Achyut Rao to please address briefly.
Good evening. Our Honorable Union Health and Family Welfare Minister Dr. Vardhan ji, my colleagues Ramakant ji, Bhaskar Reddy, Anil ji, Narendra Surana ji, Shekhar ji, Shiv ji, Murli, Dr. Shubho ji, senior government officials, participants, managing committee members, past presidents, our friends from the media, and all our friends. A very, very good evening to you all. It is my pleasure to welcome you all on behalf of FAPSI. I want to quickly highlight the initiative of the government of Andhra Pradesh to mitigate the COVID pandemic. The state government has announced cover the COVID treatment under YS Arogya Sri scheme, which is benefiting many people, especially patients from the rural area. This is the most popular scheme in our state. The state has given utmost priority to ensure the continuity of essential manufacturing. I take this opportunity to thank the officials, especially in the industry and health department, for the support. The efforts creating testing facilities by utilizing various applications is laudable. Andhra Pradesh is one of the 4 states where maximum COVID-19 tests have been conducted. The government is providing the best facility to both the patients and for those who are on quarantine. There are 24 COVID-19 care centers in the state. The authorities are also reacting to the complaints filed through the incident management system. As we are expecting serious and long-term economic consequences around the globe, especially on the health sector, there is a need to look into the healthcare reforms on. I feel this is the time to take certain steps to leverage the advantages of thriving health tech ecosystems, both for domestic needs and to export this technology to other countries. With the help of new technologies and innovation, I'm sure that the government healthcare initiatives will reach the rural areas of the country. Another important point to bring to the notice of Honorable Minister is that primary health care needs to be promoted on high priority. The present structure of the primary healthcare system is from 1940s, and the 80-year-old system has several limitations. It is not accessible, is personally intensive, is expensive with limited returns, does not provide required service, and does not address the cause determinants of the disease. I request the Honorable Minister to brief the government and to prepare for a future pandemic. We would build a specific ring-fenced funding provision to support the ecosystem for innovative healthcare devices. Given the high percentage of Indians living in rural areas, primary care is most important need for population. In this regard, I would like to state that both the federations are ready to work with the central and respective state governments to promote the government initiatives. While meeting the healthcare needs of our population, we must also build strategic reserves of critical medical equipment like testing kits, personal protection equipment like masks and gowns, life-saving medical equipment like ventilators and CPAP. Some of these are currently being imported. A culture of local manufacturing and export substitution will also benefit the Indian economy and stimulating manufacturing. I also request the Government of India to put a cap on pricing to make the instruments more affordable to the common man. Simpler testing process is needed for identification of solutions that focus on simpler requirements like masks worn by any person on the road. The Ministry of Health and Family Welfare initiated the creation of several health technology assessment centers across the country. The centers have to take an active role in assessing and evaluating newer concepts proposed by startups and provide some validation of the efficiency and recommend utilization of the products. Lastly, I would like to state that the epidemic preparedness must enter our policy, and there is very need to scale up manufacturing. Strategic planning with appropriate allocation of funds aimed at self-reliance is a sure step towards actually reaching self-reliance. I thank you all for this opportunity given to express our views on behalf of Federation of Andhra Pradesh Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Achyut Rao. And now I will invite Mr. Shekhar Agarwal, Chairman and the past President, and he is currently Chairman of Health and Disaster Management Committee of the Federation. And please, Mr. Shekhar Agarwal.
Thank you very much, Shivji. Our beloved Honorable Union Minister and Family Welfare Minister, Dr. Harshvardhan ji, my colleagues Ramakant ji, Bhaskar Reddy ji, Anil ji, Narendra Surana ji, Shivji, Achyut Rao ji, Murli ji, Dr. Sobha ji, senior government officials, participants, managing committee members, past president, our friends from the media and all other friends, a very, very good evening to all of you. At the very outset, I'd like to begin by thanking our Honorable Minister for taking out time for this from his busy schedule to be present amongst us to boost our morale. Dear friends, Dr. Harshvardhan ji is the global personality in the world of health, having eradicated polio from the face of India and having made India polio free. Looking back, I think this was the singular most important health success that India achieved in last 50 years. None other than Mr. Bill Gates is on record about Dr. Harshvardhan, saying that his work on polio eradication from India is the most outstanding achievement in the arena of global health in last 3 decades. Our former beloved Prime Minister, Shri Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji, used to say about Dr. Harshvardhan ji that his name should actually be Dr. Swasthvardhan, Dr. Swasthvardhan instead of Dr. Harshavardhan, because he looks after health of Delhi people very well. This was the time that he used to be Delhi's health minister. I've heard many people say that India is blessed that when a global health crisis like the present COVID pandemic has hit, we have a most capable and sincere health minister like Dr. Harshvardhan ji. Dr. Harshvardhan ji has also said in his address at WHO, World Health Organization, that protecting the health of those without wealth, must be our core philosophy. His election as chairman of WHO is matter of pride for all Indians and India. He is a doctor, he is a visionary, he is a great leader. We Indians are very lucky to have Shri Narendra Modi ji as our Prime Minister and Dr. Harshvardhan ji as our Health Minister. Sir, I must bring to your attention that our organization has a long history of last 100 years. The Federation has been meaningfully engaged in promoting our state's trade, industry and commerce and has significantly contributed to the economy of our country. Our federation has always joined hands with state government and other NGOs to do a lot of good social work as well. At the time that the pandemic hit the globe and also India, we decided to put our full might and to save the lives of all people. Our federation rose to the occasion and formed a new committee on health and disaster management, consisting of experts and professionals from all walks of life and different walks of life. As per you, sir, as per you and your guidance and WHO's guidance, our federation has issued prevention and precautionary measures to all our members from time to time. Our federation also associated with FICCI and the prestigious Administrative Staff College of India and published a unique analytical report on COVID-19 with daily updates. Our federation has been arranging talks from experts and doctors in association with NGOs like Jito and Agarwal Samaj Telangana. We have provided real-time services to all our members, covering the treatment of mild and moderate patients with home and hotel quarantine, support of oxygen concentrators, etc. Sir, we humbly request you to kindly guide us on how to expand these activities in the near future for the overall good of the society. Our federation will leave no stone unturned to help the government in every possible way. Sir, the basic objective of the Health and Disaster Management Committee is to help the common man. Our objective is that not a single precious life must be lost. Sir, the Federation is waiting for your kind guidance on the way forward and would be obliged if you take us along with you in any kind of studies, research, think tanks, vaccine rollout, hospital preparedness, etc. We can come together with the government to plan the vaccine rollout in our state. To my mind, the biggest problems today is the people are spreading this deadly disease due to carelessness. People are not wearing masks properly, going out of houses without proper reasons, gathering in large numbers, holding marriages parties. All these are happening in contravention of government guidelines. At our small level, we are trying to sensitize people. We would love to join hands with the government in taking this further. Our groups of doctors are helping people with home quarantine and advising the public on mobiles. Sir, it is our honor today that you have agreed to address us and show us the path forward. Not only has this boosted the moral of our people, but will also go a long way in boosting the moral of the people of Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. Sir, due to your effort, the government of India took exemplary and fast actions to control a deadly disease like COVID. It is because of your expertise that today India has the lowest mortality rate in the whole world. You help to prevent lakhs and lakhs of people from dying through your quick and timely actions. I have learned from people in Delhi that since January, for the last 10 months, you have spent 20 hours. You have spent 20 hours a day visiting hospitals and patients fearlessly. I like to submit a few words in Hindi for our beloved Minister Sahab. देशभक्ति है जिसके रग में, देशभक्ति है जिसके रग में, स्वस्थ सबल भारत हो जग में, स्वस्थ सबल भारत हो जग में, चाहे रहा कठिन पथरीली, चाहे रहा कठिन पथरीली, हर कठिनाई खुशी से झेली, हर कठिनाई खुशी से झेली, ईमान धर्म का करते हैं अर्चन, ईमान धर्म का करते हैं अंचर। स्वागत है डॉक्टर हर्षवर्धन, स्वागत है डॉक्टर हर्षवर्धन। थैंक यू ऑल।
Thank you, Shekhar Agrawal ji, for your beautiful words and a very nice explanation. Now, there will be very small presentations, 2 presentations on COVID situation in Telangana and another one on recommendation. It is all each only about 2 to 3 minutes. So I'll request Dr. Subodh, who is a member of the FAPSI Healthcare Disaster Management Committee, and he is a Center Director of Center for Healthcare Management of ASCI. So, Dr. Subodh, please present your report.
Respected Union Minister for Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, Shri Harshvardhan, Dr. Harshvardhan ji, respected dignitaries and my dear friends. Sir, this is a small presentation on the work which FICCI Telangana, ASCI and FTCC have joined together during the COVID time. I think around in July, when we came together and thought that we should prepare a sort of a forecasting report as what could be the potential cases and what could be the situation in the future, so that the government of Telangana could take some potential action. So we actually, this is one of the very few studies where we did this COVID exercise, and this was done immediately after the Unlock 3 in July 2020. And what we did was to do a detailed projections using advanced predictive modeling and by using a conservative and alternative scenario. The idea was that even if it's a little pessimistic scenario, let the government be prepared to see that if their infrastructure, manpower are all in place. And based on that, the government could identify the hospital infrastructure requirements. And subsequently, we provided a lot of recommendations to the government of Telangana. After this was done, sir, we submitted a version 2 in October 2020, where actually we projected the data up to December 2020. And this time we also compared this data with 4 other southern states. And in looking at different indicators like containment, detection, and treatment, and a composite index was constructed so that we could know that which state was actually doing well. And as it was already mentioned, we also, FICCI, ASCI, and FTCCI joined together and brought out a daily COVID monitoring report where could they give data on a continuous basis. For example, the daily bulletins of the government was giving more of a daily updates, but we wanted to do a sort of a trend analysis. We wanted to give it district-wise analysis over a period of time, which could be used by the media and subsequently by the common man. So that's something which has been going on for the last 6 months very successfully. So this is something which sort of a data which we found out went from the October to a projection to the December. This was just to showcase to the government that yes, cases are, the active cases are going up, but it is not, we are not away from the crisis. We should also look not just at the cumulative positive cases, because we know that the recovery rates are one of the highest in the world, in India, and it's not different for Telangana. So we should focus more on the active cases and mostly on reduction of mortality. We also gave them information like, for example, over a period of time, the utilization of the private beds were actually more when it compared to the beds in the government sector. So this type of information has been very useful for the government for their day-to-day work. So this has attracted a lot of media attention, sir. I think the work which we did was actually taken forward by the media. I think almost all media have actually looked at these studies, taken data from what we have published, and has been able to sensitize. I think whether it's about the policy recommendations, whether it is the data as such, but very important issues were actually raised, and a lot of recommendations subsequently was actually accepted by the Telangana state government. I would like to end with a very key few issues in handling COVID-19, which I'm sure both not just Telangana government, but I think the entire government of India is also doing. And the foremost is, I think it brought private sector into a big focus. We all know that the national policy of 2017 has already highlighted this, but I think COVID-19 brought to the importance of private sector. And the lesson we have is the Ayushman Bharat, where I think the private sector has been nicely dovetailed into the national program, in the Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana, which is, I think, a sort of a model which we can emulate, where private sector have to be sort of integrated into the public sector to get better health effects. Health communication has always been a sort of a low priority. Always, I think if you look at the budget allocation for health communication, it's never been the one. But I think COVID has also taught us that health communication has to be improved. We all know that masks and social distancing are our vaccine. Still an actual vaccine is going to come, and which I'm hopefully it will be coming very soon. And the third is about the infrastructure and manpower requirement. We all know about what is the importance of the frontline workers. I think this last 10 months have clearly showed us that the frontline workers have to be taken care of. And I'm sure the National Medical Commission, which came in September, is going to be the right way forward for actually addressing many of the concerns of the manpower issues, not just at the urban areas, but also at the rural area. And a very interesting point is also what we saw is what we reap. We all know our primary healthcare system, and I think we have already reaped the benefits of health and wellness centers of Ayushman Bharat scheme. So wherever I think states have actually had the health and wellness centers or the Basti Davakhanas or Mohalla clinics, I think COVID has actually, been the sort of a helping hand there. For example, people could go for testing, people could go for getting treatment. So whatever health systems we had already developed has actually been very beneficial for the governments to utilize. So it always retraces to the fact that we need to strengthen our health system much more. And my last point is, sir, we shall overcome this crisis because we have to focus on active cases. I think there's no point discussing about the cumulative because our recovery rates are one of the highest in the world. Our mortality reduction is quite well, very on compared to anywhere in the world. So we have reduced our mortality. We are going to come with a new vaccine. Its availability and distribution may be a bigger challenge, but I am sure we shall overcome this. Thank you and namaste.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Subodh sir. And now I request Mr. Muralidharan, T. Muralidharan. He is a chair of Telangana State Council of FICCI and my colleague from IIM Ahmedabad, alumnus. Please go ahead with your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Shivji, and thank you, Mantriji, for coming to this meeting. I think what Dr. Subodh mentioned was we were very concerned about the gaps in communication between what the government was doing and what was necessary for the media and the public at large. So from the month of August, for the last 5 months, we've been doing a daily bulletins to make sure that both the media and the common man gets a lot of information, live information, correct information. But now when it came to this meeting, we had given 84 recommendations in the two reports, but now I thought I'll select only 5, which are relevant today as we speak to you. And I'm going to speak only about the 5 recommendations. I request the Mantriji to kindly look at them and see whether it can be implemented at the national level. The first one is about our season now being winter and also marriage season in many parts of India. People are attending public events and private events in large numbers, even though government has guidelines to wear mask and go, but people are not following. So one of the suggestions we have is that to put rapid antigen test as a compulsory before they enter any public event. And since the cost is very low and the timeline for 30 minutes is the time it requires for it to produce results, even though it may not be accurate, it will prevent people from coming in large numbers in public events. So it may make it compulsory for people who are hosting public events to make provision for conducting a rat test before the event people enter the place. The second one is about post-COVID treatment. I think in the high recovery rates, we are getting a lot of stories about what happens after they recover. Now, I think All India Institute of Medical Science, one of the nationally recognized institutions, should at least do a daily report, a daily bulletin on post-COVID treatment to guide post-COVID treatment clinics and also public at large. It is not being done now. We request you to look at post-COVID treatment as a priority. Number 3, and I think this is very important, that all the Kavach policies today, they're all giving you only for COVID treatment. I request the minister to talk to the insurance companies at a nominal cost of a rider. It should also be extended for post-COVID treatment. And that will save a lot of people who are recovering from the disease. Even though they have not spent money on the hospital for the recovery, they can get some benefit out of the post-recovery COVID treatment. Next slide, please. The 4th important recommendation we want to say is that the government must publish a list of COVID pharmacies. I think earlier also we heard a lot of people complaining about unreasonable prices, both in the hospitals and also at public places. The government should declare some pharmacies as COVID pharmacies and supply them all the drugs, consumables and oxygen at specified rate. So anybody can go and buy it from them, and the hospitals cannot prevent patients from bringing them and giving it to patients for using them. This will cut down a lot of cost, both in the COVID and post-COVID stage. And the 5th and most important thing is about Disaster Management Act. Our discovery in FICCI, when we published the data, was the severe lack of data, real-time data, analytical data, accurate data. In the DM Act of 2005, there must be a special provision on management of data, like you manage the infrastructure, manage the public events, but it's important to manage data. So I strongly recommend that we should amend the DM Act to make a special provision for centralization of data collection, data acquisition, data analysis, and data dissemination, which I think is one of the biggest lacuna. Lastly, this is a personal request to the minister. Currently, under the GST Act, there is a provision that all the health insurance paid by companies to their employees is not allowed as a deduction in the input side. That means there is input tax in GST paid on the health insurance is not available as a deduction. I request the minister to kindly make a request to the GST Council, because this is the only way we can prevent future problems in a pandemic like this, is to allow companies to take responsibility for providing health insurance for their employees. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I couldn't hear the voice continued of Mr. Muralidharan. You have finished your presentation?
Yeah, yes, I did. I hope audio came.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So your last point was about allowing the GST input.
Yeah, I think it's a very serious matter. A lot of companies are suffering because of that.
very good points. I'm sure Honorable Minister will surely have a very considered and favorable look at these ones. And now is the time for which we are waiting to hear the Honorable Minister, Dr. Vardhan. And I will request Mr. Narendra Surana to briefly introduce the Honorable Minister, please. Thank you.
Good evening, Dr. Harshvardhan ji. Before I start his introduction, let me start with one of his quotes. Each and every custom and ritual of Hindutva is steeped into science. Every modern Indian achievement is a continuation of our ancient scientific achievements. This was said by Dr. Harshvardhan. Dr. Harshvardhan ji, and I have known him for quite some time, and let me start with a small interaction that I had with him when he was the Minister for Environment, where I casually pointed out to him that the ministry takes a lot of time for clearances of projects, and several 100,000 crores worth of projects are lying delayed. And he immediately told me, I'll put you on the committee, expert advisory committee of the MOEF, and let me see whether you can help them reduce the time from whatever time to 30 to 45 days. And that was the kind of spontaneity that I have seen coming forth from the minister. And these are things which really strike out for a person in public life like Dr. Harshvardhan ji. Dr. Harshvardhan ji has had a long, distinguished record of public service, leaving an indelible mark in the field of activities undertaken. Coming from the background as a ENT surgeon by profession, Dr. Vardhan moved into politics and public life in 1993 when he got elected to the Delhi Assembly from Delhi. He marked the beginning of a scintillating run of electoral politics, which saw him getting elected continuously in 1998, 2003, 2008, 2013, and then moved on to Lok Sabha in 2014 and 2019. Dr. Harshvardhan ji's public life has been marked with outstanding achievements in the field of health, education, science and technology, and environment. As the country's health minister, he has been proactively handling the ongoing COVID-19 crisis, which has helped India in keeping the spread of the pandemic to the minimum. His exemplary work in combating the pandemic in this densely populated country has won him applause all over the world, resulting in his becoming the chairman of WHO eventually. In his public life, he has been instrumental through his mass approach in eradicating polio through the Rotary International. He was also instrumental in the battle against tobacco and drug abuse by bringing law in Delhi, which prohibited use of tobacco in public places. He was also instrumental in conceptualizing the green good deal for protecting the environment and the planet. Dr. Harshvardhan ji is easily defined as a global thought leader, known for inspiring people with his innovative ideas, bearing the vision to turn them into reality. He is best known as a man of simplicity, honesty, clean, and inclusive politics. He is a leader to embrace inclusion that gets communicated very widely and make people around him united. By channeling cooperation and collaboration, inclusive leaders like him create a kind of environment where new ideas rise easily and exceptional performance is fueled naturally. A man of hope and dreams, he is charismatic personality leaves an indelible mark in one's memory. He believes in the principles of Swami Vivekananda ji, which with great belief in the Indian philosophy of Vedanta and yoga. One of his famous sayings were to take risks in public life if you win, you can lead. If you lose, you can still guide. So this is something which he has followed, and I'm sure all of us would gain by following as well. His track record as a union minister from 2014 onwards has been stellar. As a union minister for health at the center, as a center stage of managing the COVID crisis in India, Dr. Harshvardhan ji graded preemptive and proactive approach has enabled India to decelerate the pace of the pandemic. He has launched COVID-19 Seva, a 24-hour helpline which provides interactive platform to establish a direct two-way channel of communication between millions of Indians who have become victims of this deadly disease. Similarly, at the helm of the Ministry of Science and Technology, his focus has been to motivate the country's scientists to come up with new technologies, processes and products that can provide innovation. His sincerity of going into the depth of each issue has also made the government of India suggest his name, and he is now leading WHO. As a leader, he is committed to setting up the roadmap and implementation of Made in India program for building a robust R&D infrastructure and promoting synergies between industry and scientific research institutions. Fondly called as Dr. Sahab in Delhi, Dr. Harshvardhan ji is known for his disarming simplicity in his personal life and transparency at workplace. In fact, last year when I went for his birthday in Delhi, I happened to be in Delhi. I saw hundreds and hundreds of people coming and wishing him at his house. And it was experience worth taking. That shows how a mass leader that our Dr. Sahab is. He has helped his high esteem by officials for his hands-on style of functioning. Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji once said of him, he joined politics with a laudable objective of using his considerable medical knowledge and experience for serving the common man. I have two questions or 2 points which I would like some answer from Harshvardhan ji. One is, when the US President Trump was infected by this disease, we came to know that he was cured within 3 days. We heard that some injection by the name Regeneron was used. If that is correct, that a patient can come out of this disease in 3 days, can this be used very widely? I would like that. And the second point I would like to know is about the 100% efficacy or efficiency of the vaccines, whether this is possible, and how best would a drug or a vaccine which has 60 to 70% efficiency be very useful. I have these 2 points to say before I hand over the mic back. And thank you, Harshvardhan ji, for accepting our invitation of FTCCI and the Southern States for being on this interactive call with us. Thank you very much, and look forward to your kind words.
Please, Dr. Harshvardhan, we are just waiting for your. Please now. Thank you.
Thank you, Shri Shiv Rangta ji. We have been conducting the program till now, and thanks for your invitation and for my turn now. And thank you, Shekhar Agarwal ji and Narendra Surana ji, for your very kind words regarding me. Thank you, Shri Ramakant Inani ji, the President of Federation of Telangana Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and also Shri C.V. Achut Rao ji, the President of the Federation of Andhra Pradesh Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Dr. Subodh Kundamuthan ji, Dr. Murlidharan Tyagarajan ji, Shri K. Bhaskar Reddy ji, and all other distinguished members of the Federation of Telangana and Andhra Pradesh Chamber of Commerce and Industry, all the other distinguished guests and media people who are with me here in my office and those who are connected to this program in a virtual mode. First of all, let me express my heartfelt thanks to both the chambers, and it's a very, very privileged moment for me to be part of your function for an organization which is more than 100 years old. I have had a brief interaction, some sort of an informal interaction with some of your esteemed members a couple of years back, maybe around 2 years back, at the residence of Mr. Narendra Surana ji, and that was probably my first interaction with you people. Although I have been very lucky to have visited Hyderabad and a couple of other places in Andhra Pradesh and Telangana on a number of occasions, as Health Minister, as Science and Technology Minister, as well as Environment Minister, and also as Minister for Earth Sciences. I know Hyderabad is, and for that matter, the whole state is very rich in terms of its capacity, capability, and more particularly the professional acumen that it has. The type of doctors, the type of scientists, the type of researchers, the type of technologists, engineers, and the laboratories that we have in Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, more particularly in Hyderabad. We have some of the most prestigious laboratories there with very committed, dedicated scientists there. We have our National Institute of Nutrition there, run by ICMR, which is again a more than 100 years old institution. So I have been very, very privileged to be enjoying these portfolios and having got in touch with you people and also with people belonging to my own medical fraternity and the scientific fraternity there. So I have this rich experience of interacting with not only financially rich people like you, but also academically and in terms of the intellectual ability, rich people and professionals living in your states. I consider this as a privilege to be part of this function, and I have to particularly congratulate you because when I saw your president, Mr. Ramakant Inani giving the inaugural address, I could see that on the stage were 5 people. And out of those 5 people, 40% were women. And that is something which made me very happy because this is something which I have been impressing upon everyone in my own ministry, that whenever you organize a function, you should also make sure that you have enough women scientists and women doctors sharing the dais with you people so that there is a fair representation to them, not only while they are working in a very sincere manner within their institutions, but also when they are projected on the stage. So that was, I think, a very good gesture on the part of FICCI there to have ensured participation of 40% women on the stage. And you will all agree that it certainly imparts a lot of grace to the function, apart from improving the quality of inputs. I know I am running against time, but certainly I would love to talk to you about some of the aspects which have been mentioned, congratulating you for your continuous involvement in the affairs of the country and more particularly Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, and that too more particularly in the context of COVID. I could visualize very much from the presentations and the suggestions that have been made that you are like very responsible citizens and like very responsible members of the industry and commerce area, contributing significantly, selflessly, in a very dedicated manner, and keeping a watch on all the developments, trying to help the government at the state level, and also monitoring what the central government is doing, and also disseminating the right information to the people of your state using all possible methods of information, education, and communication. So this itself speaks volumes about your involvement and commitment to this cause. 2020 has been a very, very peculiar year. And for me, this year started on 8th of January. On 6th of January, the World Health Organization was informed by China that they have witnessed cases of pneumonia in their country on 31st of December 2019. And they thought that there was a new coronavirus. And after this information was made public by the World Health Organization around 6th of January, India was probably the first country in the whole world to have responded to this information. Within less than 24 to 48 hours, on 8th of January, I had convened a meeting of experts belonging to the health sector, including the World Health Organization in my ministry, to deliberate about this information that was received by WHO. You would like to recall that WHO itself had declared COVID-19 as a disease of international concern only on 30th of January 2020. But after having called that meeting of experts on 8th of January, within less than 10 days, on 17th of January, we had finalized our detailed advisories to every state government and union territory about how shall we handle this situation if we have a new virus coming to our own country also. On the same day, we had started our point of entry surveillance, starting with the airports, adding to it the seaports, adding further the land borders when we saw the first case appearing in Nepal, and also strengthening the community surveillance in the whole country. Our center at the National Center for Disease Control in Delhi was at any point of time during the course of the next few months was keeping a close watch and was keeping a few lakh people all the time under its community surveillance strategy. The first case in India was confirmed on 30th of January in Kerala, a medical student. And for that first case itself, we started our journey in our fight against COVID with contact tracing of 162 contacts. And within the next 24 hours, the Prime Minister of India had constituted an expert group of ministers with senior ministers under the chairmanship of the Health Minister. And in the last over 10 months now, we have held more than 20 meetings of this expert group. We started on all accounts. We were actively in touch with all the state governments all through, whether it was through telephone calls, whether it was through video conferences between me and the ministers, whether it was through the video conferences between the cabinet secretaries and the chief secretaries, or whether it was the Prime Minister himself talking to the chief ministers continuously. There was a very, very active and a consistent, continuous dialogue between the state governments and the center. Hundreds of advisories of every issue pertaining to every minutest subject have been deliberated by experts in the Central Health Ministry, and it has been disseminated to all the state governments. Within a few weeks, we disbursed significant amount of money to all the state governments. You are very, very well aware of the various initiatives that were taken by the Prime Minister. Initially, an initiative where he helped the Health Ministry with 15,000 crores immediately to handle COVID, a significant portion of which we disbursed to the states, and then followed it up with many schemes, whether it was the Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Yojana or the Atmanirbhar Bharat Yojana or the package of 20 lakh crores supporting the MSMEs, industry and those who were in distress. That package took the finance minister almost 7 days to describe it before the media. You will all recall and remember that. WHO had declared the pandemic on 11th of March. And you will all recall that the Prime Minister took the bold decision of a lockdown, which was preceded by one of the most successful, powerful and innovative experiment called the Janta Curfew, where there was participation, voluntary participation for the lockdown by every Indian. Every Indian rose to the occasion, came out of the house and expressed their happiness and felicitation and respect for the doctors and the corona warriors. And you will remember that that was the time when in the media there used to be reports every day about doctors and others not getting adequate number of PPE kits, not getting adequate number of N95 masks. Every television channel used to say test, 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 because we were doing a few thousand tests. We only had to begin with one lab in Pune. And you have seen the journey of the last 10 months. Today, when I talk to you in November, long back, we have faced a situation when the states started telling us, please don't send us any more PPE kits or things like that because we do not have place in our stores to keep them. We started manufacturing over 5 lakh kits in a day. All those things which were imported in the beginning, they are now in a position to be exported. Whether it was the N95 masks or the ventilators, you will remember that these testing kits were being imported in the initial stages from China and Korea. And we faced a situation then where we had substandard kits from China and all. And now you will be happy to know that with the help of my scientists in the Science Ministry and my experts in the ICMR, we have validated over 1,000 kits made here. And we are right now producing over 1 million kits every day in India. From that one lab, our journey has come up to 2,130 labs. Anywhere in the country, you travel 3 kilometers. Less than 3 kilometers, you will find a laboratory where you can get yourself tested. Free of cost in the government laboratories. There is so much that has actually happened. There came a situation when we were exporting hydroxychloroquine to 150 countries. Our scientists, whether they belong to the laboratories in Hyderabad or anywhere else, CSIR, biotechnology, DST, everybody rose to the occasion. We also hand-holded our startups, innovators, young budding entrepreneurs, industry. A few hundred startups were supported. And everything that we could never imagine that started getting produced within the country. BiPAP, ventilators, new tests have been developed. This Feluda test, which has been developed recently by CSIR, which has been transferred to the Tata Group for commercialization and for use by the community. It has the potential to even replace the RT-PCR test. This has all been done in the last few months by our scientists. We were the first ones in the country, in the world in the first few countries where we isolated the virus. Our scientists in the various laboratories have already done genome sequencing of 4,000 viruses. We have developed over a dozen biorepositories where more than 50,000 samples of the COVID-19 virus are stored for research by academic institutions, scientists, younger people. And as you know, that under the COVID Kavach Yojana, 900 crores have been kept to help the researchers and the industry and all relevant stakeholders to develop the vaccine. And in our discovery or development for a new vaccine, we are not lagging behind anyone in the whole world. In a list of over 250 vaccine candidates all over the world, 30 of them belong to India. And 5 of them are in the clinical trial stage, 2 of them in the advanced preclinical trial stage. And you very well know, because you know much better than me, you know about the visit of the Prime Minister to these institutions. He has been monitoring this situation around vaccine development and the fight against COVID right from the day one, continuously in the most meticulous manner. And right now, we are in a situation where, without naming the vaccines or without getting into the details of the companies, I can say with confidence that 2021 will certainly see within the first few months the appearance of the vaccine also with significant and satisfactory efficacy and safety validated not by politicians but by the scientists, which will be delivered, which we shall start delivering to the people of India. Of course, prioritizing first the healthcare workers, then the frontline workers, then of course people above 65, above 50, and then of course people less than 50 with comorbidities. And this is all by criteria established with the help of guidance of WHO and also our experts. India, has a very robust potential profile experience. We eradicated smallpox, we eradicated polio. We have a robust universal immunization program where we deliver dozen vaccines to millions of children. Recently, we had launched the biggest measles rubella immunization drive, giving vaccine to almost 300 million people. And we have technology supported vaccine intelligence network platform, electronic platform, which we have converted into a CoWIN platform, where the vaccine and its temperature will also be tracked, and also the potential beneficiaries' details will also be tracked. Every potential beneficiary will be given a text message, and then who gave him the vaccine, where was the vaccine given, who was the beneficiary, and then of course following it with a electronic certificate, all those things. And of course then the next date for the vaccination, taking care of adverse effects. We have gone into the meticulous details of everything pertaining to the vaccine. So the point that I want to make in the limited time is that the whole of government, it's not only the health ministry, but all our departments, they work together. It was a whole of government approach. It was a whole of society approach. You know how the people of India and the government organizations and the corporate sector, everybody helped the poor migrant laborers. When there was a difficult time, we could send over 65 lakh migrant laborers to their respective native places through trains and other modes of transport. And thousands of social organizations helped them getting food during the crisis, ensuring their better place for lodging. And then it was the support of the Prime Minister and his visionary thinking which ensured that for almost 6 months, they got food, they got wheat, rice, they got money into their accounts. We know Prime Minister's commitment for the poorest of the poor. So the whole of government and the whole of society approach ensured that we have the least fatality rate, less than 1.5, is almost 1.46 now, highest recovery rates on the parameters, cases per million, deaths per million, tests per million, whatever you can. Today, in a country where everybody used to shout test, test, we are doing 1.1 to 1.5 million tests per day. And on virtually every front, whatever we have been able to do, it is comparable to the best that any country may have performed anywhere. And I would say with a lot of pride and confidence that India has performed exceedingly well and much better than some of the most developed countries. We are in touch with the World Health Organization every day around the same time, every week around 5 o'clock. I have meetings here sitting on this chair itself with all the people around the whole world in the presence of the senior WHO people. Another 15 minutes from now, I'm going to have here itself another meeting with the WHO executive board members for planning our WHO executive board meeting in January. So India is in touch with everybody for research, for coordinated effort, for ensuring that the best that is happening anywhere in the world, we deliver the fruits and the positive outcomes to the people of India. And for the future also, just to bring it to your attention, there is a very detailed, proactive program. Very soon we'll have a cabinet note within the next few days, maybe 3, 4 days, 5 days already finalized, where we are strengthening the overall health infrastructure, considering any future pandemics to the block level or the district level with a, you can say, huge number of laboratories and testing facilities and infectious diseases hospitals, strengthening of, you already know about our ambitious program where we are going to create 1.5 lakh health and wellness centers all over the country. 50,000 have already been created, including in your own states also by the end of 2022, when the Prime Minister wants to deliver a new India to every Indian during the 75th year of completion of independence. You know, under the Ayushman Bharat, one of the biggest health insurance and health coverage, universal health scheme that we have launched 2 years back. We have already covered over 2.4 crore beneficiaries in that scheme. And there is a huge plan. Somebody mentioned about the National Medical Commission and the reforms that are taking place on the medical education side. At the moment, 157 medical colleges are in the various stages of development from being converted from a district hospital to a medical college. And already we have, in the last 5 years, increased over 30,000 MBBS seats and over 17,000 PG seats. And there is so much happening on this medical education front also. 2021 for me is going to be an year where I want your focused attention and help also, because we have a very ambitious target to eliminate tuberculosis from our country by 2021. Last week itself, I had a meeting with all the international organizations and where we have appealed to them to work over and above what they are already doing in the field of health, to be working in a focused manner around tuberculosis elimination. We want all the 100% children in the country to get all the dozen vaccines in the universal immunization program without even letting one child deprived of it. We want our maternal mortality rates, infant mortality rates, and under 5 mortality rates to improve further significantly so that we can reach the goals set by the Sustainable Development Goals much earlier than what has been thought of. So there is a very, very ambitious program around elimination of many vaccines. COVID, you know, by now the whole country, it's not only the government or the health official, but the whole country has learned to fight COVID. Even a layman also knows if he has to protect himself, he needs to follow a COVID appropriate behavior, a proper wearing of mask, using it all the time, not even removing it while talking, and while eating also, removing it while you are alone, not removing it on the dining table with your other family members. I think small things which we have been emphasizing through every possible mode of communication started in the month of February by that caller tune message to 117 crore people. Now it is being delivered through Amitabh Bachchan ji about this COVID appropriate behavior, hand hygiene with soap and water, social distancing, respiratory etiquettes, and avoiding of unnecessary participation in social gatherings, markets, etc. This is what you have also mentioned, that people are, and it's a small majority of people who are, because of the carelessness of a small majority of small minority, the overall state or the city or the system has to pay its price. This is where I see the role of your organizations also, because you are a very well-knit body. You have the might, you have all the powers, you have the sincerity and dedication, and I think a good quality dissemination of all this message is also required. Mr. Surana asked some two things. I am not aware what is the medicine that Mr. Trump had taken, but I think otherwise also most of the cases, they are all asymptomatic or they get cured within a couple of days. And I don't think there's any secret about anything which he has used and which is not in public domain, or which whatever best we could do and whatever best we can do under Prime Minister Modi, with the participation of all scientists of all shades and opinions and specialties, we have delivered the best for the people of India, and we are continuously striving to brainstorm, and all our directions and all our activities are guided by the acumen of the scientific community. Regarding the efficiency and the safety of the vaccines, that you see all these data and figures that you are seeing on the television channels, not a single vaccine has been licensed till now. Just for an example, the Russians declared their vaccine when they were only doing the trials and they were in the second stage. And right now, your own laboratory in Hyderabad, Dr. Reddy's lab, has been assigned the responsibility to conduct phase 2 and phase 3 trials for the Russian Sputnik V vaccine for Indians. As far as we are concerned, whatever vaccines we give to our people, we will ensure that they are subjected to the most stringent scientific scrutiny, and after they are found valid or maybe perfectly useful for the people, then only they will be given. You can yourself imagine that a prime minister of a country is himself visiting these vaccine laboratories now to make sure that he is hands-on with everything that's happening in the country. Well, friends, I have hundreds of things that I can talk to you. These suggestions that were given by the Telangana, this Andhra Pradesh Chamber of Commerce, I think recommendation. I can tell you that most of the GST thing, I will certainly pass it on to the finance minister. Regarding compulsory testing and all, you see all these meetings that we are holding these days with the states, we are telling them to do these testings in the areas which are the super spreader areas. We are already doing all that. AIMS, all these COVID, post-COVID treatment protocols, we have already put a very highly, influential, scientifically strong group, which is already working and studying the post-COVID treatment sequelae and all. There's so much going on. There's a special setups have been created all over the country regarding suggestions that you have given for insurance companies to be conveyed that they should help people for a 6 months follow-up and all. We'll certainly look at this issue. And as far as the COVID pharmacy is dedicated, I think that our Jan Aushadhi stores, they try to help the people in a big way by providing medicines and all, because right now, there's not many specific medicines for, but when this issue about remdesivir and specific medicines came, our drug controller got into action. We instructed all the people all over the country, and the prices of the remdesivir also, they immediately fell down. And then, of course, there is so much that's happening around this disaster management. The time doesn't permit me, because exactly 3 minutes from now, I have the exact at 5:30, the WHO meeting has to start. So I have to honestly say thank you to all of you. It has been a great opportunity for me to be a part of all these deliberations. I promise we shall keep in touch, and I have a very esteemed opinion about your Chamber of Commerce, and I'm sure that together we can take up many issues which will be in the larger interest of the country, and which will help Prime Minister Narendra Modi to realize his dream of delivering a new India to all Indians by the year 2022, when everybody has smiles back on his or her face. Every child has adequate health, education, and nutrition facilities for him. Every woman and every senior citizen's pride and dignity is restored and protected. And as he wishes that two isms should prevail ultimately in the country, that's humanism and nationalism. And I'm sure you will all also independently dream individually also, and also on behalf of your organizations, industry, and the overall chamber, and blend your own dreams with the dream of the Prime Minister, so that we can together celebrate the emergence of a new India in 2022. So with these few words, I once again thank you for giving me this privilege of participation and for your company. Namaskar, Jai Hind, Bharat Mata ki Jai.
Sir, we have a few questions, but we will send it across to you, sir, because of paucity of time. You are going to attend another meeting. One question on organ donation is there, sir.
I think, sorry, I don't think it may be possible. I have just 1 minute, rather few seconds, because I have to connect with the Geneva headquarters right now within 1 minute. So maybe we'll keep another function to address your queries. And if you send me in writing, I'll answer all your queries and send them back to you.
Sure, sir. Thank you. It's my privilege to propose vote of thanks. I thank one and all. I thank Minister Dr. Harshavardhan, Honorable Union Minister for Health and Family Welfare, for sparing his valuable time and addressing us and briefing us on the various initiatives taken by government in mitigating the COVID-19 pandemic and vaccine and its distribution for all are eagerly waiting. It will be an honor for FTCCI, FAPSI, FICCI, and ASCI for our partners to work with government in managing the COVID vaccine distribution. Our sincere thanks to officers of the ministry and all the coordination and support extended to us in organizing this program. I thank the electronic media, press, and for covering the proceedings. I thank one and all in this important webinar and making it a grand success. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Bhaskar Ravji. I think the Honorable Minister had to leave.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Rungta.
So all the questions we'll send it across to the ministry and get answers, and
Already sent.
We once again profusely thank Sri Narendra Surana ji and Shekhar ji and Rungta ji for successfully conducting.
Narendra ji, you have given us link to get the confirmation of the meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
He helped us a lot. Manoranjana. Hello, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Don't close.
Okay. President Sahab, Senior VP, CEO, Vede Madam, Surana ji, and Rumcha ji, and Murli ji, and Dr. Subodh ji, and all friends, thank you very much. And we'll take it forward.
Thank you.
So,
President Sahab, anything else?
We are waiting for a
No, thank you.
meeting.
Thank you once again for
close it.
End the meeting.
I can close now?
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Thank you. Thank you.